accident.
Nick, she's a research student at university. Country you. She just said that. So, when did you come up here? Let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago. What are you photographing? Photographing. Photographying. Photography. Photographing. My brain just like shorted out there for a second. I don't know what just happened. This is really like
Stuff like in order to fall asleep, you have to pretend to fall asleep. Nobody clipped this. Nobody clipped this. We got him. They call me Sharpshooter Kodak. We got him. Wait. I got him. Got them all. Oh boy. I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. Those were 5-digit numbers. Kodak. The Wodak. Kodak. 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 Oh. Put me in the locker. Whole joke. Because I'm right all the time. Oh, even the music cuts. Oh, that was terrible. For just fucking dead face, just. You got the whole squad fucking laughing here, buddy. See, this is actually a speedrun strat. They don't teach you this one. But if you don't know where the ladder is and you instead fall off a couple times, it improves your time. Motherfucking. Oh, okay. Nope, real serious. Nope. I'm gonna murder this frog instead. God. Nope. They don't call me Sharpshooter Kodak for a reason. Alright, good night, y'all. Alright, yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. Para. Slash, please live. Please live. No way. Oh no. I don't know that I can beat this thing. He choked it. He choked it. He choked it. He choked it. We take those. We take those. Oh my god. Now everything's just. I haven't even done Sammy's fucking hot bean yet. God damn. Bud, can you not see the blue? It's right here. Come on, look at it. The blue. It's so blue. I don't know what you're on about. Hi. Hello. How is everybody? Hope you're all having a great week. Happy Thursday to you. This is a abnormal stream day for me, but you know, scheduling sometimes is weird. So you know, we do what we do. So tonight we got a couple things on the list to do as I figure out my water bottle situation. Snoozer, thank you for the 7 months. appreciate you. But tonight we're gonna have a couple things to do. First off, we're going to be playing. We're gonna be brainstorming, team building, doing some stuff for the new Pokemon season that's coming out. A couple of these teams will probably actually make in game and use once that season is out in February, as a hey, let's climb the ladder with these teams. Then after that, there is a new Pokemon out in Pokemon Unite, good old Trevanent. So what? Spud. So we're gonna be playing some Pokemon Unite a little bit later, trying out the new character and playing with some of the other characters that got changed. Decidueye get some big buffs. Serena got nerfed. Etc. etc. So poor Spood. What did Spood do? I see that Spud is bullying the Boomer personally, but welcome in, everyone. Congratulations, Kat, on being first. Welcome in, Spud, and Wyatt, and Lysithia, and Freya, and Schnoozer, and everybody else who's out there lurking or just hanging out. So yeah, this is a format that caught my attention right off the bat because it's the first time in the history of Gen 8 Sword and Shield where there's been a 2 restricted format. Hello, camera, focus, please. Thank you. Which has kind of been a more standard restricted format in past games. With that in mind, I think it changes a little bit of how restricted gets played, which adds a lot of fun team ideas. Opens the door for more defensive-minded restricted legendaries because you don't have to, get the power from it. It opens the door for interesting combinations. So yeah, that's what we're just gonna kind of play around with that for a little bit, hang out, do whatever. The usual, as it tends to be. And then again, just unite after we're done, after we've felt like we've done enough. This is going to be something where I'm going to probably just be bouncing ideas off, just kind of, very chill, low-key, try something, see what it looks like, bounce around ideas. So feel free to be as, what's the word? Be as collaborative as you would like. Give a tip. You can always give me a tip. You can always give me a tip, Snooze. But yes, what's up? Engage, someone said. Yes, perfect. If you have stuff that you see and you're like, oh, hey, this could be cool, or, whatever. Feel free to. We're just doing it casually for fun, so it's nothing too serious. Don't forget to... Right. I wouldn't want to forget that. That would be embarrassing. Which also, speaking of Pokemon, I've mentioned it a couple times already, but I am doing a Pokemon draft league. Just for fun, all levels draft league in which you get a team of Pokemon and you use it against the other teams. We're almost out of slots, so if you are interested, please hop in. We are very, very close to being there. So I should switch screens. Okay, hold on. Let me switch screens real quick. Is that the screen you wanted? Didn't know I played VGC. Yeah, it's been so long since I've actually played. Best screen, honestly, I agree. Can't find the makeup remover. I guess you're just blue now, Spud. But yeah, it's been a while since I've like actually like played. I did a lot of VGC like ladder grinding and stuff early in the channel. I think I got masters the first like 6 or 7 seasons of the ladder, but just the last couple of seasons have really just not interested me. I got very burnt out of it, so haven't played since Isle of the Armor. Yeah, I mean, for me it was more the Crown Tundra that really like I kind of stopped because I didn't like the meta, and I didn't like, you know, everything. Regieleki. You just gave you a location you should look. Yeah, I mean, Snooze is actively trying to help you, Spud. Rain and Expanding Force team. Ooh, I like that. Hate phone. It'd be like that. It really do be like that. What's up, Coda? How are you? Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to think of what else the schedule is going to look like this week. I think there will be either a stream on Friday or Saturday. One of the two. But probably not both. And then Sunday, possibly, depending on, you know, timing and whatnot. But one of the two. There'll be at least one stream this weekend, possibly two. It's just schedule. We'll see. We'll see. You guys get it. We'll see. And then on Monday of next week and Wednesday of next week, we'll do a couple more like one-off things. Probably another like Animal Crossing something, and you know, one other like just random, you know, speed run or something that's just like a one-off stream. And then Friday we'll be doing Legends. So fingers crossed. I'm not going to talk about any of the leaks on stream up till the game comes out. I don't have any of the like fucking like gameplay leaks at all. I don't know anything about that, and I've been trying very hard to stay away from it all. But I have seen some of the new Pokemon, and I have what could be the nicest description of mixed feelings for a large majority of them. So I will not discuss them on stream, but I think there's a couple that I really like and a couple that I really can't stand. And I think the people that I have talked to about the leaks so far already know which ones those are. I've made my stance on some of them very clear. But yes, so we're gonna avoid talking about any of that stuff until it's actually there. We haven't talked about it? DM me about it then. Slide in. But till then, we're going to Pokemon. Am I right? Or am I right? Thought I was your Poke Buddy? You are my Poke Buddy, that's okay. You're Unite Rusty? That's okay. We're probably just gonna be doing like casual games anyways. Depends on how many people we get. But I mean, we also have, they added a new function in the new update, which I'm so thrilled about. because it makes Unite like an actual like community game possibility again, of custom games, where you can play any mode, at any time with personal like with friends, which is very, very exciting. Ready for Pokemon Breath of the Wild? Me too. No, I'm very excited for it, and we're gonna be streaming a shitload of it here. So, a proper custom game, yes, where you don't have to like, you know, redo everything, and you don't have to fucking try to like, you know, match up with like the times. Like, oh, if we want to play a 3v3, sucks. It's, you know, Tuesday, so you can't play a 3v3 right now. It's not allowed. Like that kind of shit you don't have to worry about anymore, which is a relief, to say the least. No more needing shitty AI. Yeah. Unless we have, you know, unbalanced team. But that's neither here nor there. But for now, it's gonna come up any second there. There it comes. There it is. We're gonna play team build some Pokemon stuff. So I have up here the Showdown Team Builder, because that's one of my favorite tools to use for building stuff. And I also have Pikalytics, which is a really good information site. They don't have any info right now on Series 12, sadly, which is VGC 2022. But, you know, you can still kind of get an idea of, like, Pokemon and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the two sites that I usually use to do this stuff. And I'm just kind of, like, strongest Pokemon is Durant level 1. My dude Kevin. My favorite tool to use. Oh, I already know, baby. It's 30 Celsius warmer today than it was yesterday. The weather really do be wilding right now. That sounds like some Texas weather. That sounds like some like 75 in the morning, 23 in the evening kind of Texas weather. But as far as stuff that I expect to be really, really popular, is if I were to just, you know, throw together a team real quick, this is what I expect to be meta. Zacian, Groudon, Venusaur, Incineroar, +2. As of late, it's just lottery numbers, right? Straighten your head, because that's mostly empty. Damn. Cat going for the throat out here. This is what I would consider to be, like, the most common team idea. By my guess. +2, Aleki, you know, some other, you know, Fastmon. But essentially, Zacian is the strongest restricted legendary. It's a nightmare to deal with. I said it was mid-60s, now it's upper 20s. What did I just say? Them shits don't make no sense. Groudon is, you know, Groudon. Sunsetter, strong, physical. Usually you're gonna see like an assault vest, something of the sort on it. Venusaur with chlorophyll becomes a nightmare to deal with in Sun. It's got decent bulk, decent attack, and becomes lightning quick when it's Sun. Plus its G-Max move gives it residual damage. It can do like sleep, so it's a great like pivot move. It just kind of does everything that you could want from it. Incin's the best utility mon in the game, easily. It is Intimidate. It has Parting Shot. It has Fake Out. It gets good utility moves like Snarl, Knockoff. You know, does it get Knockoff? I don't remember if it gets Knockoff. Yes, knockoff. Darkest Lariat, and Flare Blitz does good damage, like respectable damage, even if you don't have any attack investment, and especially in the sun, it becomes even stronger. So this kind of core with like a +2 around it, I think is going to be everywhere. It's going to be a common thing, and it's going to probably be a problematic thing, if we have to be honest. Another duo that is one that I kind of want to explore is Groudon and Xerneas. Now Xerneas fell off hard. Where did Xerneas end? Xerneas was 0.85% used, 78th ranked Pokemon. You compare that to like pre-Sword and Shield meta, and it was one of the most used Pokemon. It was one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, but it's fallen off very hard in the Sword and Shield meta because mostly this, but also there's some other factors that have not helped it. But one of the strongest 2 legendary comps for a long time was Groudon Xerneas. And I think there's a decent chance that this duo could be back in a big way here. Just because Groudon helps you cover. Groudon and Sun Team helps you cover for Zacian, which is a big deal. Like, say you get, like... What the... I don't even know what the hell that was. Charizard. G-Max Charizard, right? And you were to use that with your Sun Team as a Zacian counter, get Solar Power, and the classic, like... where is all of his moves? Heat Wave, Air Slash, Solar Beam is gonna be down here probably. +1, right? Protect something, Life Orb, protect. You now have Zacian answers, right? Between Groudon and Charizard, you have really good Zacian answers, which is removing your probably biggest threat to Xerneas from being a big issue. Get some form of speed control, be it Tailwind, be it, like an Alecki, and I feel like this team could really run away with games, right? You get Venusaur, Charizard, Groudon, Xerneas, +2, right? And just try to cover for your matchups. I could see Finny being a good option. As a water type. I could see what else goes well with this? Need to make sure I'm in the right format too, so it's actually giving me Pokemon that work. I'm trying to think what else pairs with this team. Because, like, right now, you're not super, like, intimidatable, but, like, having an Intimidate would be good. Follow me user? Yeah. Very well could see, like, a, I don't know that Indeedee does enough for you. To really, like, warrant without having, like, some other... Because, like, I feel like Indeedee, you almost need to have a Calyrex next to it. To be, like... max efficiency, but it could. I could also see like Togekiss though it doubles down on your fairy type issues. You know, run Super Luck, Togekiss, kind of like a mix. Amoonguss. Amoonguss could work actually. It gives you a couple of grass types in a sun team, but I don't think that's the worst thing. That or you remove Vino. Yeah, since you can also heal. Exactly. The issue with this team at this point then starts to become coverage. Like, you're going to hit things hard neutrally, so, like, you don't need to have, like, every single super effective, but, like, your coverages do start to kind of get scary. But, like, you have pretty good matchups into, like, Rillaboom, you're not going to be that worried about. Alecki, for the most part, you can deal with, you know. Zacian, I feel good about. I'm trying to think of, like, what else would be an issue for this team. Thundurus honestly could be a decent compliment. I just don't feel like it does enough because, again, you're not gonna bring, like, a heavy Intimidator against this team unless you're just really scared of Groudon. Nothing else is worried about intimidating. And that's the big key to Thundurus, is you have to have stuff that you want to be intimidated. What moves? That's what I had right now, just as an idea. You could also do, instead of Heat Wave, do Blast Burn if you're only planning on maxing it to make sure you do damage. Read out on mobile right now. Oh, I got you. Heat Wave, Air Slash, Solar Beam, Protect is what I have on it. So it's, I guess I can on this page I can go bigger because it's just that corner. There we go. That should make it a little more visible. Because, like, you could definitely change these up. Go with, you know, because you're running Venusaur or Amoonguss, you might not need Solar Beam. You could go for, like, you know, Scorching Sands. Go for a it learns Ancient Power, doesn't it? Yeah, Ancient Power if you want more, like, coverage. Dragon Pulse. But, like, it kind of depends, right? I could see Scorching Sands being better here, just as a different coverage option, as well as adding a bit of defensive capabilities if you do max it. Groudon, I think you're probably running Assault Vest, Drought with Precipice Blades, Fire Punch +2. You could do, like, does it get Heavy Slam or is it just, yeah, Heavy Slam, or doesn't get Iron Tail, does it? Yeah, it gets Iron Head. I think Iron Head's probably better there. You can always have too much coverage. I don't know that you can always have too much coverage, but you can. Thank you for the hydrate, Spud. And then +1, you know, Brick Break, Dragon Claw, Facade, High Horsepower we don't really need. Shadow Claw, Stomping Tantrum. Something like that, too, could be good if you need, like, a more accurate ground type move. Just because Precipice Blades is a little bit inaccurate. Maybe, like, a high horsepower could be a better idea. As, like, a fourth. Earthquake, yes, hypothetically. But you're not going to want to just sit there and click Earthquake the whole time. A little bit, he said. Yeah, no. A little bit's being generous, but... And then have some kind of mix of EVs here. Running Assault Vest. These are just very, like, rapidly thrown together numbers. I haven't calced anything on this, so, like, don't take me at my word here, but something like that. Have a little bit of speed investment so you're not, like, you know, the slowest thing on the field. I do think a Tailwind user works well in this team, too, though. Origin Pulse seems to miss even more. Yeah, no, they punish you for not using Water Spout. If you're sitting there clicking anything other than Water Spout, they're like, no. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Don't do it. Xerneas is almost always going to be the same exact thing. Blast or Dazzling Gleam. Geomancy. An off move like Shock or Psychic. Does Xerneas get Expanding Force? It does not. So I just had the thought, if it got Expanding Force, that would have been really good with an Indeedee. And Protect with a Power Herb. Xerneas is almost always going to be the, like, exact same set. Much other than that's asking a lot. I feel like you kind of double up with Venusaur Amoonguss. I could almost see removing Venusaur from this team, as weird as it might sound. Removing Venusaur from a Sun team. But, like... it feels overlapping, right? Buffs the Pokemon? Yeah. Very much so. Geomancy just kind of lets it do whatever the hell it wants. Let me go in here, just so I can check at a glance. Groudon. Xerneas. Charizard. I'd come back on phone because it died. Spud, are you good? Do we need to, like... Mogus. Precipice Blades. Fire Punch. Really, people are running more setup Groudons nowadays, huh? Citrus Berry. I feel like that changes when there's a different, I think it's Aerial Ace, really. Honestly, please reset your router. Exactly. Has there been a gen where the power of the legends isn't one-sided? Gen 3, probably. Realistic. Both Kyogre and Groudon are broken. Especially the Gen 3 remakes in Gen 6. Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre were two of the best Pokemon in the game. Like, easily. I think it's Power Up Punch. That could be a funny gimmick. Rayquaza, yeah, Rayquaza. Mega Rayquaza was broken as fuck. Very strong. Very, very good. But, yeah, in singles, they literally had to make a tier specifically for Rayquaza. They were like, get this thing out of here, please. It's so broken. They have like, in singles, they have tiers. And they have an Ubers tier that is like the broken Pokemon. They put them all in the same tier. You can play just broken Pokemon. And it's like most of the legendaries and like some of the like really broken Pokemon, right? Rayquaza was too broken for that, so they had to put a tier above it of anything goes. Just so they could fit Rayquaza in. They were like, please, no. This character is ridiculously broken. So, like, right now, your only double weaknesses are water and ice, which neither of which you're scared of on a Sun team. Like, realistically speaking. So, like, I like the way that feels so far. That being said, your coverages are a little more all over the map. You have nothing for ghost types right now. Good luck, Ghost Callie. Yeah. You have nothing for Ghost Callie right now. You have nothing for flying types. You have nothing for... Your only thing for fairy types is Iron Head on Groudon right now. It's not ideal. Unless they're carrying ice and non-ice type, you're probably good. Yeah. I mean, like, realistically, even then, like, you're not too overly threatened by it, right? Because, like, the two Pokemon that are weak to ice are Groudon and Amoonguss, who, you know, Groudon with Assault Vest. And Amoonguss with probably either a Berry or Mental Herb or something like that. Both of them are bulky enough that if they take a non-stab ice move, they should be okay. Because, like, what are you going to see? I think would possibly run, like, an off-ice move. Kyogre is a whole nother story, which, again, we do definitely need a Kyogre answer on this team because we don't currently have one, right? Like, Alecki is probably, honestly, the play. Alecki just puts so much pressure on Kyogre. Forces immediate respect. Gastrodon, also a good answer, actually. Gastrodon could be good for this, actually. Like, you're scared of Rillaboom, obviously. For very obvious reasons. But Gastro could be really good here. Gastrodon. Because Gastrodon helps you with positioning as well, right? If the Kyogre comes in and sets up its, if you're playing a team like this and you play against a different weather team, the mind game always becomes weather, right? Who can get their weather up? Because the person who can get their weather up and get it to stay up is the one who's gonna win. And I think Gastrodon helps you pivot a lot. So much so that I don't know that you need a Moongus. Like, both are good, but they're kind of in the same role. That would let you bring back Venusaur. Running a slower Groudon, yes. Because you could go Trick, too. You could have a Trick mode. With Gastro, Amoonguss, Groudon. Yeet the Moongus. He was the imposter. How sad. This gives you a double grass weakness, but again, at the same time, like, you know, Groudon, you're not as terrified of like Rilla. Gastrodon, you're a little bit terrified of Rilla, but like, you also have Charizard. And say we get Venu back in here. You're really not scared of Rilla. Like, Yawn's a really good positional piece on Gastrodon. Forces people to, you know, kind of respect it, right? You can't just go away from it. And it forces, like, switches and positioning moves that they may not want to do. And then Venu... You could honestly do double sleep on this. Do like Leaf Storm, Earth Power, Weather Ball, Sleep Powder. With Wide Lens. It's an obnoxious team to deal with, but it you know, it gets the purpose across. The thing you need now is like a little bit of support, a little bit of offense. Honestly, Indeedee doesn't sound terrible here. But you also are in desperate need right now of something that counters Ghost Cali. Because you don't have anything right now that beats Ghost Cali. I could see Urshifu. Hydreigon. What a Galarian Moltres. A very interesting option. Umbreon as well. Gives you a very interesting option. Heavy resist to both of their stab moves and pretty much anything they're going to be using. Gives you a third sleep option. You know, Moonlight, Snarl, Foul Play. I think with this, you don't terribly need it. If we were running it on this team, you could run like Taunt instead. Isn't Moonlight that it's better in Sun? Let me... Sunny day, yeah. Moonlight restores more health if you're in Sun, too. So Umbreon does really well in this team. So where does this leave you at, though? Your only fairy-type answer is Groudon right now, which I don't love. You Steel-type is covered. We could scrap Earth Power on Venu for a poison move. You could run Sludge Bomb instead of Earth Power. Not a bad idea. Your only flying type answer right now is Gastrodon Ice Beam. Which is a little bit concerning. Especially I mean, we only have one weakness to flying, right? It's just Venu. Who would we be scared of at that point? If we're weak to flying, who are we scared of? Thundurus is gonna be running fly, yeah. But we're not that scared of Thundurus because we don't have like an Intimidator or a major dropper or even at all. Just Umbreon is your only like stat dropper. Opposing Zard. What do we do about opposing Zard? What do we do about opposing Zard? Gastra? You're banking a lot on it not knowing Solar Beam. Yeah, we could run, instead of Power Up, we could run Rock Slide. That's true. I think that works. Rock Slide instead of Power Up Punch. As much as I think Power Up Punch is a funny gimmick, Rock Slide probably is a better option in this case. Yeah, I think that helps. Because that, yeah, even if they're running Solar Beam, you know, it's not going to hit Groudon that hard, especially through Assault Vest. And you have Rock Slide that should pretty much always one-shot back, I would have to think. Charizard. They were running like a slow, bulky Could even do more here. Do like 100. Say we're running something like slow bulky. Yeah, so if it's max and we're not, it does a max of 77% to us with overgrowth. It's actually better off to hit us with flare. Special rock move, ancient power, yeah. Yeah, I had that on it too. And I think we honestly could afford it because we have 2 ground types. Like, we don't need to run Scorching Sands on this. You can run Ancient Power instead. If you max back into it, yeah, yeah. If you're max on max, this does. The Charizard has no choice. It's going down. Problem with max Rockfall, especially, is you lose your weather. I think it is realistically on Groudon, even if you're needing to give it up. I do think it is worth having Rock Slide on Groudon. Probably not on Charizard. We could always run second fire move. Run Blast Burn to have a max move and a non-max move on Charizard for damage purposes. Because, I mean, Charizard's around for a good time, not a long time, right? That's his MO. He's gonna show up. He's gonna absolutely fucking thrash, you know, a couple of Pokemon and then die in a blaze of glory. So I think, yeah. I think this team covers a lot, though. Like, if you're to look down, like, the, you know, major restricteds here, I'm not terrified of Zacian. Kyogre's not an easy matchup for it, but it's never going to be an easy matchup on a Sun team. You know, there's no such thing. Sun team's not an easy matchup for a Rain team either. It's just they kind of... you have to outplay a lot of times your opponent in that scenario. Ghost Cali, we have Umbreon, who pretty well just walls out Ghost Cali. Ice Cali, I'm not terrified of. Dialga, not really. Realistically, Groudon should be able to handle Dialga. Kyurem White. Kyurem White getting that kind of usage? Really? I mean, it's probably taken a good chunk from a Charizard, right? Let's see if we do Kyurem. It's base Kyurem. Q White. Yeah, I mean, neutral Blast Burn. Let's add Sun. Let's add life orb. And let's add max special attack. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, that thing thrashes. Thank you for the bit, snoozer. Yeah, with max flare, it does a absurd amount of damage. So I don't think you're that worried about. Curum. Like, you have answers for most things that are gonna get thrown at you, right? Necrozma, Psychic Steel type should be no issue. Eternatus, same thing. Poison Dragon shouldn't be an issue. Solgaleo, same thing. Palkia could be kind of tricky. Palkia is definitely tricky. But I also go... Like, Xerneas beats it. But you gotta be wary of Trick Room. But I also don't think we're in a bad shape if we end up in Trick Room. Like, we have... At this point, we have 3 forms of speed control, which is Xerneas, Geomancy, Venusaur and Sun, and Charizard max Airstream. So I think you do alright there. Also, was that calc with Charizard? That was counting Blaze, not Solar Power too. Yeah, that's a notable difference in the calc there. If we take away Blaze and give it Solar Power like proper, that's a very dead Curum. That thing's nearly dead if it's maxed. You hit it with one like strong move even through max and it's going down. Okay. So that's a team that I'm pretty happy with. I don't know if anybody else has any thing that they would change about it. Everything? Yeah, it's terrible. I hate it. Get rid of it all. Let me update it in here with Gastrodon. Umbreon. And Soar. With a Citrus, Berry, and Storm Drain. Umbreon with leftovers. Inner Focus. Venusaur with Wide Lens. Chlorophyll. I think we leave that last slot open, honestly, on Charizard. I feel like you could do a lot of things with that. Just kind of depending on what's needed. Give me protect. Yawn. Ice beam. Earth power. Umbreon with protect. Moonlight. Snarl. And foul play. Did I say earthquake? I sure did. You already know it. Venu with sleep. Powder. Leaf storm. Sludge bomb. Weather ball. No earth power? No, it has earth power. I'm fucking with you. Yes, I gave it earth power, not earthquake. As it should have, presumably. Yeah, no, I'm running Earthquake Gastrodon. It's the new meta. Don't worry. With Gastrodon's massive 88 attack stat, it's going to really fuck shit up. Especially if I give it, you know, something along the lines of like... Yeah, there you go. Look at that. You don't think that 79 attack Earthquake's gonna be doing damage? Regiolecki's beware. They're not gonna know what hit them. Also, if we're using Gastrodon, gotta use my boy. What's still tied to it, TBH? Yeah. Yeah. Regiolecki is kind of, frail, as the kids say. Alright. So I think we're gonna make one more. I'm happy with how that one turned out. I'm not gonna bother to, IV all of them, because I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna do like heavy, intensive math and calculations and shit on stream right now. No, thank you. Now I want to go for something that's probably a little more off meta. That feels like a very like something that I would actually like take to a tournament type of thing. Like, you know, trying to be very serious with it. Now I want to go for something a little goofier. And to that end, I don't know what I want to use. You saying damage calcs aren't good content? I'm saying that would put me to sleep. And if it's putting me to sleep and I'm the one doing it, I don't think it would be very entertaining to watch. That's my opinion. Me like brainstorming and thinking is already kind of like the low end of my idea of like my content, because I'm like mostly just talking to myself and like looking at this fucking page over here, just looking at Pokemon. But like, you know, I think going into like, we did a few calcs. We did do a few calcs just to, you know, look at like damage numbers, and I think that's good enough, personally. I do wonder if Lunala will make any form of comeback. With a too restricted format, you could see some interesting movement with like Lunala, but at the same time, Urshifu and Ghost Callie and it has some new scary matchups. Lunala, the big thing with Lunala is it sits. It sits on the field, and it is obnoxious. It can do like a good amount of damage because it's got a good special attack stat. It's reasonably bulky. Shadow Shield is obnoxious. You have to break the shield. It kind of forces your respect, right? And that's what made it good, at least in past gens. But like now, I feel like it just doesn't have a good place in the meta. Like it doesn't do enough to feel worthwhile. I also wonder if Zamazenta can finally get a shot. Could Zamazenta finally do something? Thoughts about Necrozma? Which form? I think Duskmane's still pretty decent. I think that Solgaleo is better than Duskmane, just because it can't be intimidated. Like base Solgaleo is better than Necrozma Duskmane. But like I think Duskmane Necrozma is good. I mean, you look at the numbers that it can pump out as far as great bulk across the board, really high attack. Oh my god, I highlighted everything. Something like that, like a really high attack stat, good damage. Prism Armor's not a bad ability, not a great ability, but it's not a bad ability. I just think regular Solgaleo is better because you're not gonna be able to intimidate it. As for Dawnwings, it's a weird one. Dawnwings Necrozma is a very strange Pokemon to me because it's like, it's Lunala without Shadow Shield. So it's just kind of like, it's decently bulky, like ally switch, fucking, I think it gets Moonlight, yeah. It's bulky, it does the same thing that like Lunala does, right? Where you're gonna have just obnoxious fucking like Moonlight, Moongeist, Geist Beam, Psychic Move, you know, you can run Reflect, you can run, you know, Wide Guard, you can run Will-O-Wisp, Trick Room. You know, it has, like, good utility moves. This one, you know, it gets Ally Switch, which is cool, I guess. You know, that's one thing that it gets over the others. It gets Photon Geyser. You know, like, you just kind of lose everything else. You lose Wide Guard, which is one of the things that I feel like is really good about Lunala. I don't know. It's just kind of one of those weird ones. I'm curious about Zamazenta because, like, it's... I could see it be good, right? I could see it be good now that it's got a chance. You've got really, really good defensive stats across the board. Like, good HP, really good defense, really good special defense, good speed, good attack. It just... If this thing... All they had to do to make this thing good was give it body press. Give it body press. If they did... easy game. Yeah, because like, if you're running a bulky mon, the last thing you want to have is close combat is your best like stab move because you're losing all of your bulk, right? You get Play Rough, you get like Psychic Fangs, Wide Guard. Like it gets good support moves, and I can see now with a more defensive mind, the option to have a defensive minded second restricted, it could work. I could see a Zamazenta Zacian team. Like, you need to cover for, you know, your Incineroars and your, you know, ground types, but like you could see it being a thing, right? Because like it gets good support moves, it gets wide guard, it gets, you know, both screens, it gets iron defense, you know, coaching. It's just, they made a fighting type move in which it scales off of defense instead of attack. And they didn't give it to their defensive fighting type legendary. And I don't get it. I don't get it. Thing would genuinely be like one of the better Pokemon in the game. It would be right next to Zacian in usage, I feel like, if they just did that. One of those Game Freak decisions? Exactly. Because it comes in, it gets +1 defense, right? Right off the bat. +1 defense. You get, like, iron defense, you can set up shit, like, it could be better than Zacian because you also can't intimidate down the defense, right? Like, it would be so good if you simply just, you know, it's a, yeah, or they could have done that too, right? Like Behemoth Blade is, you know, Zacian's, and Behemoth Bash scales off of defense. Same thing. It would have been easy, you know, make its signature move, you know, scale off of its signature trait, right? I don't know, man. Disappointing. I think both Kyurem forms are kind of interesting. Kyurem White, again, that special attack stat, it hits things like a train. Kyurem Black hits things physically, but again, intimidates a thing. So you're a little more wary of it. What else? I'd be really curious to see if I could make a Zygarde team, because I think it would be funny as all hell. You know, you run some kind of like coil. I don't remember the name of his fucking special moves. 1,000 arrows. 1,000 waves, and then like you could do like a dragon move or like Iron Tail. Does it get Iron Head? No. That's a shame. If it got Iron Head, that would be very neat. It doesn't get a very good... God, I didn't realize. The only physical dragon move it gets is Outrage. Really? Breaking Swipe, I guess? That sucks. So yeah, something like this. And just get like a heavy like setup based. With Dynamax in mind. Because you talk about, like, again, if you get a coil or two off on this thing, get it to have get it to be, like, +1 or 2 attack or defense, and then you get special defense buffs from your max ground moves, this thing's gonna be hard to remove. It'll be hitting really hard, and it's gonna be very difficult to remove without, like, you know, an Urshifu or something of the sort. And what I think runs... Actually, I'm gonna make this team. Fuck it. We're making a Zygarde team. What I think runs really well next to Zygarde... Comfey. Give it, like, Ally Switch, Draining Kiss. Where's the... What's... I don't remember what its move is called. Floral Healing. +1. Giga Drain something. They mega buffed Zygarde since X and Y. They gave him this cool form, and that's about the extent of the buffs. The meta goes kind of like Ho-Oh as well. Yeah, I'm interested to try Ho-Oh. I wanted to try Ho-Oh in the last... You know, I made that, like, Ho-Oh team. We just never really did anything with it. The fucking... What was it? This one. Choice Band Regenerator Ho-Oh. In a sand team. Like... He can do something now where he gets bodied by accident on his gen. I mean, yes, in XY, he does. Yeah, Sacred Fire is so good. Sacred Fire is insanely good. I think Comfey goes really well next to Zygarde too, because Training Kiss threatens Urshifu a lot. Which is a really weird thing to say from a Pokemon that isn't really, you know, strong itself. But, like, it threatens Urshifu Dark a lot. You're still a little bit worried about Urshifu Water. But, like, again, with this thing, it's a setup where you're trying to become bulky as all hell, right? And in doing so, your biggest threat at that point is crits. So the Urshifus are kind of scary, and having Comfey next to you really threatens that Urshifu, as well as helps you, as a bulky motherfucker, stay alive forever. I don't know what to run on this thing. Like a berry, maybe? Moltres combo as well. I like the way you think. Moltres with policy. Protect. Fiery Wrath. Air Slash +1. Sucker Punch. Run. I mean, you could just... I was saying you could essentially run it like, but then I remembered you could also just run Yveltal. Spud, what did you do? What did you do, Spud? Please. Spud. We need tech support. I'm worried that we do. I'm trying to think of what would go well with Zygarde. I feel like something with a immediate offensive presence is big here. Let's just not worry about it. Of course. Holy hell, it's pouring rain. Oh god. Oh no. Like, I could see Ho-Oh working with this team, but I also go, if you're running, like, Moltres and Ho-Oh, you kind of run into scary territory. Though Zygarde covers for both fairly well. Pouring liquid rain in January, not snow. Oh, Lord. I feel like they complement each other actually really well. Zygarde, Ho-Oh. Am I crazy for thinking that? You know, that's when I worry the most. Did you at least turn the router? Yeah. Did the router come back on? It's gonna be so dangerous when it freezes overnight. Oh, God. Be careful, cat. Take care of yourself. Hear me out. Got sidetracked. What am I thinking? I'm thinking this. Zamazenta Zygarde seems like it could be kind of a funny idea. Because I'm trying to think. My thought is 9 times out of 10 with this Zygarde set, you're gonna want to max either it or the Moltres, right? These are your like max Pokemon, so your other restricted would want to be a Pokemon that you don't have to max. And I feel like Zamazenta offers enough offensive pressure on the field while also being able to coach up the Zygarde, buff it so you don't have to like coil as much. Wild Charge to help take out, you know, other issues. AKA Urshifu. Wide Guard to help cover for like Kyogres and Groudons and the like, right? Xerneas's. Behemoth Bash scares off Xerneas. I kind of like this one. This is interesting. Like, obviously, very off meta. Like, extremely so. But that was kind of the goal here. The question then becomes how to round it out. Because right now you have a support Pokemon, 2 max targets, one of which is a setup. And then, like, a support defensive option. Throw people off with this team. Hey, when you're climbing, the thing is, when you climb, like, the ladder in Pokemon, when you're doing that kind of stuff, it's best of 1. Sometimes being out of left field and being, you know, something that nobody's really ready for in a best of 1 is huge. Because they can't adapt, right? There's not like a chance for them to see what you're doing and then adapt. Which I think is what makes this an interesting team. The question I then go to, let me put all this in real quick. Zygarde complete. No meditate. Fucking okay. Let me just get Zygarde then. There you go. We'll just assume it's complete. Zenta. Comfey. Moltres. There's a Cake Crustal skin in Unite? There is. Yes, it's incredible. Exactly. That's the thing about 1v1s is like if you can have your opponent look at your team and not understand what's coming, that's really huge. Because especially like when you get to the character, like the select screen, you end up in a scenario where you're trying to figure out what they want to do, right? Every time that they give you the 2, you know, team selects and you pick your 4, the objective is not to, you know, decide what you want to do. It's to decide what they want to do and see how you can counter it, right? That's always going to be your objective. So if you look across at the opposing team and go, I don't know what the fuck's going on over there, you don't have a plan to counter it. Like, and it can just hit you in the nuts and you're just confused and terrified as you get steamrolled. And I think that's great. I think that's hilarious. The thing is with Zamazenta too, you could even mix up. Who's my Arceus starter? Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil free as hell. Kept punching the nuts there. Yeah, no, it was the perfect wording for it. Because that's exactly what happens, right? Like, if you don't know what's coming to you, and somebody hits you with, like, a well-thought-out gimmick that, like, you don't have a good answer for, it's, like, something that you're not prepared for, that's what happens. You get punched in the nut. Like, you just don't know what you're reacting to, and you have to really, like, play on the fly to adapt to whatever's going on. What do you think about Screens Alecki? I also go something like a Thunderous or something that would punish people for bringing an Intimidator might be a good idea. Right, because both of our restricteds are intimidatable. So the last thing you want to have is somebody, you know, Incineroar cycling you to death. So having, like, Thunderous to really, like, dissuade that idea, I think is not a bad idea. Because you go Coil, 1,000 Arrows. This thing gets Dragon Dance, too. Hello. Gets Scale Shot? Interesting. I like 1,000 Waves, too. Because, oh. B, hello. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. Could we get a shout out? How was your stream? What were you doing? Could do Rock Slide as well as an off move. Welcome in. Let me go full screen for this real quick. Hello. For those of y'all that don't know who I am, my name is Zach, or Kodak, or whatever else you'd like to call me. We do a ton of different things around here. Pretty wide variety of games. Right now what we're doing is we are doing some Pokemon team building. The new Worlds format dropped a couple weeks ago and starts actively playing in February. So we're just doing some, you know, brainstorming, just very chill stuff. And then probably once we finish this team, we're gonna switch and do some Pokemon Unite gameplay with the new characters. So just kind of a chill, laid back situation we got here. We've made one team already tonight, and we're in the process of making another one. And I'm very pleased with how they're turning out. So if you're into that kind of stuff, feel free to stick around. Thought of a Pokemon challenge? What'd you think of? What you got? Lay it on me. I need more water in a sec. Now you're here again. That happens to me all the time. When I have, like, a bunch of different Twitch tabs open that I'm just watching, like, you know, friends' streams and whatever, and then they raid each other, and I'm just like, well, hi again. Good to see you all. One type of Pokemon. You can only have one of each type of Pokemon. So, like, no overlapping types. Are you talking for, like, a playthrough? Like a Nuzlocke kind of situation? Like, you know, you have, like, a Nuzlocke, but you can only get one every single day. Like, I'm here twice now. Yep. All the time. That could be fun. I'd be down for that. Interesting challenge for a comp team, too. I mean, the team we currently have was darn close until we added Thunderous, but it is an interesting idea. But yes, let's go back over here. So this is what we're working with right now. We're trying to build a Zygarde and Zamazenta team. It wasn't intentionally supposed to be an all Z team, but you know, I guess it's just in my nature, close to my heart, to make a all Z team. Where is 1,000 Waves? Prevents foes from switching. What video should people watch if they want to watch more? I don't have the link. I should have a link. I don't have a link. I did a video. Actually, it's on my VOD. It's in my highlights too, but it's on my YouTube as well. I did a video that's an introductory video with a good buddy of ours, Rai. Get me on your marketing team, right? That explains all of the basics of competitive Pokemon and team building and the like, if that's something that you're interested in. I like to think that it was a pretty good, you know, explanation That one. Hey, look at that. That's a neat link, isn't it? So if that's something that you're interested in, if that's something you want to know more of, right there. It's about a like 40-minute video. I'm interested by Scale Shot. I'm not gonna lie. They added Yeah, Dragonite's been in Unite for a while. Thing is one of the best characters in the game. Hyper Beam does ridiculous damage. I didn't know this thing got Scale Shot, and I'm kind of curious to try it. Last time you played, Serena was new. Yeah, they added Dragonite like right after Serena. It was like a week or two after. It was very close. Power Construct. That's an interesting idea. Misty Seed, run like Ah! Hi Sombra, how are you? You could run like a Misty Seed sitting next to Tapu Fini to avoid like burns and stuff too. Help you start your setup and avoid burns. Like, my big issue with this team at this point is definitely Ice Callie. Ice Callie tears this team a new hole. And I'm not sure that I love that idea. But I'm trying to think of like what would be a good addition to stop that. That new Absol skin is so nice, right? It's so clean. I love the Absol skin, and I love some of the skins that are coming out. A bunch of the new skins either just dropped or got leaked, and there's a lot of good ones. I wonder. Yeah. I don't know if there's a better, like, Defiant user, right? If I want to try to avoid Intimidates and stuff, like, Thunderous or, like, Milotic. But I don't know that either one would be, the best option. Somebody got special alternate skins? Yeah. Because right now my biggest thing is Ghost Callie. Now granted, Zamazenta probably does pretty well going into Ghost Callie. Or Ice Callie. Ghost Callie's another issue entirely. You know, we have Moltres for that. But that's about it. Wow. I really can't pick moves on this thing, can I? Howl's an interesting idea, too. I didn't know it got Howl. Would Howl be better than coaching? I think it would be. Because you're already boosting your own defense with Zygarde with Coil. Howl just... not only puts the pressure that Zygarde's gonna hit you, but it also puts the pressure that Zamazenta's gonna hit you. Right? You lose the defensive buff, but you get more presence from Zamazenta. So it kind of goes both ways, right? It's like, it could. Yeah, that's where I'm like, considering you're already going to be buffing your own defense. I could see it. I could also see adding, like... I know he said Misty Seed, but what about, like, a Grassy Seed to insta-buff defense and run, like, Rillaboom next to it? That keeps your health high, too. Also gets you in more trouble with Ice Cali, though. I don't know. Let me see if I'm just curious on Calyrex Ice Rider. Yeah. You're not doing nearly enough to stop it from just thrashing you. Like it beats both your restricteds pretty heavily. So you need heavy investment. Rilla's leading into it, yeah, I agree. That is +2 though. That's you've already hit into weakness policy. But like Glacial Lance 1000% of the time kills Zygarde without heavy buffing. And you're only doing at best 50% back. High horsepower is gonna do even more to Zamazenta back then too. That is with no attack investment, though. What if we really went in on, like, offensive Zamazenta? Adamant max attack. You know, how many howls would you need to get off for it to be a guaranteed kill? 2? 1 is a roll. If you've howled once on an adamant max attack Zamazenta, it's a roll to kill. Yeah, I don't know that we can rely on just that. I think we need more. I think Incin actually is probably the best option you've got for that, but, like, do you want to run Incin? Do you want to just lean into it with everybody else? I feel like that might be the play. Because this is definitely a more slow play team, right? This is not a run and gun kind of team. It's a slow play team, and I feel like Incineroar does the slow play well. Gonna head to sleep. Have an amazing stream. Take care, Spud. Appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by despite all the tech issues. Hope you have a great rest of your night. You're making the rules now. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Hopefully internet works properly. Yes, thank you for the hydrate. Let me, real quick, I'll just run a quick BRB and grab more water because I am out. So I'll be back in just a sec. They don't call me Sharpshooter Kodak for a reason. Alright, good night, y'all. Alright, yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. We're having a good time here. Everyone's laughing and having fun. And now we're playing Pokemon Go every day. Yes. Welcome back, B. It's going well. And I just had a thought too. But I'd be curious. What about Torkoal? What if we added Sun to this? Give us like a Torkoal plus something else. Something that would underspeed Callie in Trick Room. I don't know that's the best option, but like it could work. Could be something. God damn. This bitch is stuck. Back over here. Whee! Like, what we have right now, I think, does well for what we need, right? Trick Room's an interesting option on Comfey. We could. I didn't realize that Comfey got Trick Room. Post the what? My issue with this diehard is it would be quite difficult to pull off with the no dual types. I think you're fine if you do like, you know, overlapping, like no overlapping types, right? You can't have like a ground poison type and a like, you know, flying poison type, for example, right? You can't have both, but you could have like a ground poison type and a, you know, grass water type, for example. The other thing is having the like must have one of the following types in your team, especially if you don't have dual types, is impossible because you can only have 6 Pokemon in your team and you have like 10 types, 12 types that have to be in your team. So I feel like it's impossible. I like the idea. I just think it's one where it needs a little more workshopping though. Don't you know? I think Trick Room could be interesting for this. I don't know that we want it, but it could be interesting as a reverse Trick Room option as well. Because right now we have like high speeds. Most of our Pokemon are fast. What about Rotom Heat? I feel like that could do well into a, don't have the brain power right now. I'll get back to it later. Of course. Could be a good option to cover. Could have a Colossal mode, too. Libero Cinderace. You have every type. True! There you go. That's how you beat the challenge. You just get Libero Cinderace, and you get a Protean Kicleon. There you go. You've got all the types. Put back in charge. Back in charge, as if Snooze was in charge of something in the first place. Could go with all reliable. We both know you're in charge. Right. Sacred Fire. E-Speed. Are we running AV Entei, or are we running... Because you could run, like, Will-O-Wisp on it as well. But, you know, Sacred Fire. Actually, Wyatt's in charge. Could be. Wyatt has the fancy little #1 next to his name. So clearly he has authority, right? That's how that works. Could also do Roar. Because Roar's funny. Go like Goggles. Roar. +1. Stomping Tantrum, Snarl, Stone Edge. Can we all just agree that I'm not in charge and figure out the rest later? I can agree to that one. Yeah. No, I agree. Comfey. Berry. Weakness policy. I don't know what to put on this thing yet as an item, so I'm just gonna not. Dauntless Shield. Triage. Berserk. Inner Focus. So where does this leave us open to? 2 Ice-type weaknesses to Moltres and Zygarde. But we have Zamazenta with Behemoth Bash and Entei with Sacred Fire. No, Libero Cinderace. Ben's really just added an extra rule just to get around our loophole. That's crazy. So what are we missing at this point? I still feel like a Thundurus is the play here. The issue with Thundurus, though, is it wants to max, and I don't know that we want to max it, right? Thunderous always wants to max when it's in, and I don't think we have a team that wants to let it max because we're already kind of focusing a lot of max effort on Zygarde and Moltres as your 2 max targets. We have nothing against flying types. Not that I'm like overly scared of them, because Zamazenta, it won't let us add it right now, but we're thinking of Wild Charge on Zamazenta. We're maxed out on max Pokemon. Thank you, Snooze. And we're a little bit with an issue on ground types. We have an immunity and 2 weaknesses, and the only thing we have strong against it is Giga Drain from Comfey, which I don't think is going to be a great option. So like a Groudon answer wouldn't be a terrible thing to have. Not gonna lie. Roll with like Rotom Wash. Tapu Fini could kind of wall out. Honestly, Tapu Fini doesn't sound like a terrible option on this team, realistically. Give it, you know, protect, calm mind, Moonblast, muddy water. Drop leftovers, Misty Surge, and then you could put again a Misty Seed on Zygarde. So what are you susceptible here? Water, but you have Zamazenta, who's going to have Wild Charge. Flying, Zamazenta's also going to have Wild Charge. Fairy, you have 2 weaknesses, Zygarde and Moltres. But you have Zamazenta, who's going to have Behemoth Bash, which should threaten pretty heavily. As well as... What's your other effective? Am I missing something? Oh, Coil, which doesn't count. Okay. So you have just Zamazenta against fairy types, which is a little bit concerning, but I think you're okay, realistically. Electric types, you have Zygarde, you're fine. Ice types, Zamazenta and Entei should be able to handle it. And if not, like, Fini can wall pretty well. Galarian Moltres shouldn't do that badly. On anything that's not just Ice Cali. And if you can buff up Zygarde enough beforehand, you should be okay. Rock type. There are 2 rock type weaknesses. Moltres and Entei. Yeah, that's fine. Because you have Zygarde and Zamazenta. Any rock type's going to be fine. Ground. You have an immunity. And you have Fini. That works. Poison. You have 2 poison, really? Oh, the 2 fairy types. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think this looks good. I think this is a very solid team. It doesn't cover for everything, obviously, but, like, covers for a lot. Can be rather hard to deal with for the most part. You've got yourself, you know, 5 legendaries and a Comfey. But you know, I think that works. I'm happy with that. Let me put this into Showdown as well. Our last two were Tapu, Finny, and Entei. Change this to Scale Shot. Change this to Misty Seed. Comfey has a Babiri Berry. Moltres Weakness Policy, and we gave it Sucker Punch. Zamazenta is already set up. Yeah, has everything. Tapu Fini has leftovers. Misty Surge with Calm Mind, Protect, Muddy Water, and Moonblast. And Entei has what item were we running on Entei? I don't even remember. Safety goggles, that's it. Safety goggles with inner focus and sacred fire, roar, snarl, and extreme speed. Neat. So we made two pretty interesting teams. One that's a lot more like on meta. Not the meta per se, but you know, pretty on meta, and another that's a lot more out of left field, very very unexpected team. So now I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna swap over to some Pokemon Unite in just a sec, and we're gonna just be playing some, you know, casual standard games. Anyone who wants to join in, more than welcome to. Just kind of, you know, hang out, chill, play some of the new characters, see what's going on. The usual. So I will see y'all in just a sec. Be right back. Come here, Ketchup. No! Ketchup had friends! Ketchup had friends! I'm proud of you, Kung Fu. That's what I'm talking about. Put an end to the ketchup menace. Bet. Nobody look at the playtime there. No, not one of you look at the playtime there. Her name is great, but that Tantal Day theme though, true. Oh, harden on me, Metapod. Harden on me. Please, Metapod. I beg. Stuff like in order to fall asleep, you have to pretend to fall asleep. We all know that kid like way in the back is a fucking super genius, but doesn't talk to anybody. So he's got his, you know, he's like building a small bomb in the background. That might just be America. All right, rude. First of all,
I'll just eat 3 beans myself and smile and look at myself on camera and be like, that's me. And
what's up, dork? Let me in. Hey man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bro, chill. No, it's fine. Yo. Hey man. I didn't mean it like that. I have murdered an innocent child. Way. What the fuck was that? Why is she in every pull but not actually getting pulled? What the fuck is happening? Why is she in every one? I don't understand. She's in literally every fucking one. I'm so confused. Oh boy. I'm sorry? Yeah, exactly. Those were 5-digit numbers.
ladies,
we're having fun here.
Ba-blam! The guns! Welcome to the gun show, baby! Let's get in!
The defense may now cross-examine the witness anyways. September, October, November,
Are you
December,
Are you This is nice. You know, just a nice, lovely stroll through the
Motherfucking! I was not ready for that. I was messing around. I was so not prepared for that. Paste, baby. Daddy needs his toothpaste.
Thank you, Freya. Wow. So helpful. Oh. Kick the TV. Kick the TV.
Children,
Oh.
children, please.
I did it?
No
Oh,
fighting.
genius.
Come on now. Both of you. The pink ones. The pink ones specifically. Both of you. No no fighting. Alright. So now we are going to swap over to some Pokemon Unite. Making us pinks look bad. Exactly. Poor Wyatt over here is getting caught in the crossfire. Where is my switch controller? That is. Oh god, everything's breaking. Don't mind that. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Hello? Hello? Turn on. Do the bam, and then it comes on, right? It came on. I'm so good. I'm so good. Oh, hey, I switched screen, right? And my stream didn't crash when I did. Crazy how that works, right? It's almost like if I go to the correct screen, you know, it works. Someone's truly not sleeping. Yeah, that's an easy way to tell if a certain someone is asleep or not. So just let me know, whoever wants to hop in. If nobody wants to hop in, we'll just run it in solo. I'm just gonna be playing some of the new adjusted characters, mostly Trevanent and Decidueye, but also possibly others. Solo, no team at all. 1v5, easy. I'll win. Give you a week. Join you after I play a few games of GeoGuessr. Bet. Enjoy the GeoGuessr. No. God, there's so many missions. There's so many things for me to collect. Oh my gosh. Give me item enhancers. My way is stressing you out. Boy nearly died twice in under 10 minutes. I believe that fully. Alright. Let's go for it. Yes, you have clips of both. Good, good, good. I was worried I was going to have to watch the whole VOD back just to see those couple of moments. But now I know that I don't, so I don't have to pay attention to the Rai stream at all. How convenient, honestly. Wow. I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing was said. You can't prove anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Clip function says otherwise. Deleting the clip says otherwise. Downloads VOD. Yeah, do it. Download the whole VOD onto your computer, please. Please do. Auto set. There we go. You can. You can. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I think that's the key here. Me and this Gardevoir, easy. Easy clap. We're gonna clean up here. Nor would you anyways. Too much work. I'm not the one who said it. So much rust. They're casual games. It's fine. It's not like we need to win or anything. I mean, I will ban you if we lose, but like, you know, it's not like we need to win. Best part of Unite is having fun. Exactly. Wyatt gets it. Damn. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Punk ass. Eldegoss coming in here like they own the place. I'm gonna go score. Hello. Uh-huh. Cool. Good talk. Love the old run up and just ignore everything that they're doing and score. My favorite strategy, personally. Go take these. Okay, well, I'm not going to take these because this world's just getting bullied up here. Hey, Lysithia, whenever you get the chance. Not saying it has to be immediate, but, you know, At some point. Coming up here would be appreciated. We're getting harassed. We have literally no damage. Why does it do that? It still does that. They haven't managed to fix that in so long. Alright. Now I'm a tree. Now I can actually do things. We're kind of stuck with 2 Pokemon up here that don't do any damage when they start. Consider that not to be ideal. Uh-oh. Like, so the... yeah. I was gonna say. Honk. Whee! There we go. Now I can cause problems for people. So the fun thing about Trevanent, from what my experience is he just kind of doesn't die. That being said, when there's 4 of them, it doesn't help. That Gardevoir just kind of left. I thought they were going to help me, but they just kind of said nah. But they didn't want to. I'll go get these. Oh, never mind. Hello. I've been ulted. I've been ulted again. I'm still being ulted. I've been ulted a lot. There's 4 of them on top. They broke our top. I'm heading down. I'm going to try to get Dreadnought while they're all up top, out of position. It's just the Lucario down here right now. Serena still also doesn't die. Oh boy. Get away from that ult. Can split off the Dreadnought. Oh god. What's Gardevoir doing up here? We're just soloing Rotom. Slowly but surely attempting to. They got it. This Gardevoir is not a big fan of the whole combat idea. They like to be wherever everyone else is not. Bad feeling about going in here with this, yeah. gonna head away from that situation. What's up, Baywall? Welcome in.
Don't give up.
We're not behind by much. Oh gosh. That's what we like to see, baby. That's what we like to see. Bounce out of there and go mid.
The final stretch. You're on fire.
We're in the lead, so we don't need to press this too hard. That's unfortunate. I think we can still win, honestly. Just have to... Shoot. We just have to... If this Gardevoir can go score... Actually, we're still in the lead. We cleared them. We're good. Just defend. Decidueye coming top with lots of points. The Serena scored 36 on bottom. I don't know if that's going to be enough to make any impact, but I need help on bottom. There's two of them. Coward. Cowardice. That 50 is going to be an issue. I don't know. They scored a lot at the end. We have one more tower than them, but that 50 at the end might be a concern. Because I don't think we touched that second top tower.
You lose.
At the last second, dude. At the absolute last second. This Gardevoir was actually throwing. To have no points scored the entirety of that match, even though they were with us when we were pushing multiple times. There's no other reason for that. We'll hop in again. I think it was a good round altogether. Join you on next game? Bet, bet, bet. Sounds like a plan. Like, for the most part, we played it really well. I think we struggled a bit with Zapdos, but, like... And part of that was me. That I thought we had a numbers advantage in there when I chased the LD off. So I just went to score. thinking that we already had it secured. But, in fact, we did not. Just send a friend thingy and we'll join next game. Bet. But, like, we cleared after Zap. We just needed to be back and defend at that point. And too many people went way up, overextended, and died, and we were undermanned. Yeah, we had numbers, but Serena's scary. Serena's a problem, is essentially all it boils down to. Like, they nerfed Serena, but it still does quite a bit of damage. I do like the new buff to Decidueye's Spirit Shackle. I found myself using that a little bit more than I used to. Now that you get charged. Why do we have attacks that feel tankier than literal tanks? I don't know that there's an attacker that I would say feels tankier than most of the tanks. The tanks take a lot of hits. Like, we have tanks that hit like attackers, but, you know, I don't feel like we have attackers that take that many hits. Serena's an all-arounder and kind of bucks the trend, but... We've got what? Rowlet. I can't tell what the other one is up top. Trevanent. Rowlet, Trevanent on top. And Dratini, Eldegoss on bottom. Having a Dragonite's scary when I'm the frailest character in the game. Because Dragonite does a lot of damage. That being said, our Cinderace, crushing it. I'm going to come down and just help clean up this. Oh, and it's a good thing I did, because they're here also. To die. Never mind. I'm so good. The triple? The Cinderace is cracked? This... This poor, Eldegoss down here can't even evolve, and they evolve at level 4. Hello? Come back out of the bushes, please. From downtown! Alright, I'm gonna go down for Dreadnought. It's like they're pushing it hard. I would like to get that 35, but that's fine. Where's that bird going? Up there. I am a frail motherfucker. This Cinderace is popping off. Alright, I'm gonna do a jungle clear here real quick while they're taking care of that. I'm not too worried about those points down there.
You're on fire!
Okay. Oh no, that Corphish is there. It's just didn't spawn in right away. Woo. Easy peasy. I'm gonna pull out of this. This seems like a bad place to be. I'm heading up top towards Rotom. We've got a bird here somewhere. This bird is exclusively trying to sneak score at this point. Stop running. Stay over there, Dragonite. We can try to rally for one more Dreadnought here. We're gonna have like 10 seconds for it. There's a Dragonite somewhere down here, but I don't know where it is. There's a Trevanent. They're also trying to rally for it. As long as they don't get it, we're fine here.
The final stretch.
Perfect. They're actually down 2 and distracted with Rotom. I think we just go straight in for Zap. Please, I want to be attacking the Zapdos. There's no way! There's no way! They simply shouldn't have been able to get that. I don't understand how they got that Zapdos.
What a goal! You're in trouble.
Yeah, it's going great. We were winning this game comfortably. They had nobody left alive. We started to take Zapdos, and somehow they sniped it with nobody in a nearby radius to it. Like, I ulted into it, it was very clearly dead, and then somehow the Trevenant walked in and got it after it was already falling down.
You lose.
I have no words for that one. That just did not make sense to me. The Zapdos was already, like, fallen, and it's like, Yeah, no, the Trevenant got it. The Trevenant walked in as the Zapdos was on the ground, already having the, like, dead animation with, like, the curse around it. It walked into the middle and somehow took it. I can't tell you how it happened, but that's what happened. Tired, you said you sent a request. I'm also a little upset that they, we got a team wipe and they were able to be back for Zapdos. That's how low their respawn timers were. Which is absurd, to say the least. I think this game needs to have some form of, like, standardized cooldown timers. Because punishing the team who's winning is a bad idea. Like, if you're winning and you're ahead and you kill someone, they're dead for, like, 10 seconds. If you die and you're winning and you're ahead, you're dead for, like, 30 seconds. And it's like, okay. You know, we're being punished because we've beat them so far? Weird mechanic. But that's just me. Alrighty. Now we got a squad, though. Now we'll show them what's what. Salt, yeah. That's not this game, too, though. Like, I'll say the same for when I bullshit win. When I get a, you know, like, 4-second kill cooldown and come back after being killed, like, 7 times in a row and snipe an objective because I just wasn't dead long enough because they don't punish you for dying. I'll say the same thing. I'll be like, damn, we won, but that was bullshit. Just messing with me? Oh, I know you are. I'm gonna go bottom with the tree. I quite like the tree because I think it just... It's a great defender. They haven't made a lot of defenders recently. They've made very tanky attackers. Like Blastoise and Greedent are more like offensive minded. They're listed as defenders, but they're like offensive. Trevenant feels like a legitimate like defender. He's just gonna like not go away, sit here, and cause problems for you if you try to like go into a zone. Not quite aggressive as I'd like from like a character I was gonna play a lot, but I feel like he has a niche. I also think the new slow smoke upgrades are significant. It's like an actual thing now. Crustal is an attacking defender with no attack. It can do good damage with like crit setups, but like it's inconsistent. You run like max crit shit and it goes kind of crazy. Crustal hasn't been nerfed in a while. Crustal's been pretty much the same. I got it. Oof. Slow. This is an annoying bot lane. This is just a griefing bottom lane. Their sole objective is to just steal your farm. I'm gonna go score. What's just the gradient here? Oh, look out, their Haunter came down. I'm also curious about the Gengar buffs, or rework, really. Because they switched the order that you learn your moves in. So you learn, like, Hex or Dream Eater first, and then Sludge Bomb. Need to grab one of these just to get evolution. Didn't have any healing at that point. I feel like I actually could have won that if I had had a healing. What's up, Brittany? How are you? I'm so tired of this bottom lane. They're just griefing. We need to swap. They're struggling up top. They're just griefing us on bottom. We don't have an option for that. We can't send anybody. I really hate this strat though. Like, it's a legitimate strat, and it's a good strat, but it's so fucking annoying. Of just, like, we're just gonna sit in the bushes and literally steal anything you try to kill. And that's our only goal. Green is trying to steal jungle. Actually, they all are. There's 3 people in our jungle trying to steal it right now. Wop. Thank you for the shout out, Cat. They're 5-manning the top lane right now and heading mid.
Don't give up.
We're just getting melted. It's because it's an organized team. This is like a actual team. Oh my god. And we're just so underleveled at this point. Like, they can just melt us as a unit. I don't know what our Greninja or Garchomp are doing either. They're struggling up top. They get that so fast. They just melt it. I'm just letting that Rotom go. They're gonna push here. It's wild too that we end up with a team of like very coordinated, like high-end players when we're playing a team of like very clearly not.
You can do it.
Like, we have one player who's literally played, like, no games on our team at this point. And we're playing, like, all Masters players. It's probably because I made the lobby. That Sylveon's just melting us, dude. Somebody jump bottom? No? Nobody's gonna... Okay. Last match was fine in your expert ranked. Yes, but again, you're talking about your expert ranked, which is like not that like miserable. Die Hard has never played a game. He doesn't have an item. I should have known.
What a goal! What a goal! What a goal! What a goal!
He is just melting me, dude. He is just melting me. Like they talked about how they adjusted matchmaking, and then they throw a person who's never played a game in with like Masters players, and they're like, yeah, this is adjusted matchmaking, right? What's up, Bork Nugget? How are you?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
Your Unite account name is Talon Striker. That was a game. Yeah.
You lose.
Pikachu and Talonflame name. I see where the name comes from then. Hey, yo, is that my man's? Is that my man's? There he is. Yes, sir. Simply be better? Yeah. Oh. All right. Now we have a 5-stack, which means we'll only get matched with 2000 Elo Masters 5 stacks, right? That's how this game works. I sure hope so. I want to get curb stomped like we just got curb stomped before. Yeah, Wyatt can't be better. It's the rest of us who need to pick up the slack. Wyatt is already the peak gamer. Boom. This is your 3rd game. Have they not given you items yet, Diehard? I feel like you should have gotten an item by now, if this is your 3rd game. Actually, you know what? I feel like sweating a little bit. We're with you, Chris. Like 2 things. Yeah, try to use those. Those will help a lot. Even if it's just like a battle item, like a potion. Having any item helps a lot. Got to touch one of them a few days ago. Wow. That's pretty cool. I didn't get the just a sec out. Leftovers and muscle band. No, I mean like held items. See how everybody else has like that little item in the bottom corner? I think you should have a potion by now. Presumably, you should have like a potion by now that you can equip. That'll be one of your like held items. Being super bold, so you've been able to take pictures and record a few videos of them. Yo, that's sick. Did not see it. We'll check between. I almost died for it, but I got it. Alright, I'm gonna grab a berry and try to go snipe theirs, since we know they're still around, because they haven't. Just off. Just off on the HP. Now we're gaming, fellas. Now we're gaming. Oh, yes, sir, Chris? Oh, yes, sir? That's what you love to see. Oh, God. Their jungler's here. Their jungler is here and level 8. We just got eviscerated. I desperately need to evolve. Let's snag something here before... Dreadnought. There we go. Oh my god. We're dead. Cinderace is level 10 already. Good lord. We lost Dreadnought. Yeah. Hopefully y'all can get Rotom up there, because we're going to need it badly. We're well outmanned on bottom. There we go. I can at least now ult back when they all start ulting me. Dragonite ult, come down. I'd just back out of that. There's a lot of people there. Shoot, 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 shoot.
Don't give up!
Alright, this is a big Dreadnought. Everybody group bottom, but stay out of this giant team fight. Never mind. That thing's gone before I can even get there. Oh my god, that Cinderace is level 14. The Cinderace is strong because it's so overleveled because we've just fed it to hell and back. We keep just running in singles to like 4-person fights and just immediately losing. There we go. That's what we needed. I'm gonna go up to the next one. I hate that it keeps doing that, and I don't know what's wrong with it. Apparently that's a glitch in the newest update of just occasionally you just stop scoring. There's nothing you can do about it. We're not behind by so much that we can't win on Zap, though. That's the big thing here. We just need a good Zap push here, and we can win this. I'm gonna try to fight this Cinderace for this Dreadnought. Cinderace burned an ult. Huge. Cinderace burned its ult going into Zap, so it doesn't have it. And it's dead. Good shit. It's gonna be down for the entirety of it. Go mid and just melt it. They're all here. They're all here. Be able to get in there. Yeah, the Cinderace respawned and we were immediately out. As soon as Zap spawned, we needed to be in there. As soon as the Cinderace respawned, we just got steamrolled. Dragon is gonna sneak back door. Nobody can get to that. Yeah, I feel like our big issue with that one was we kept having one person run into a group of like 4 of them and die, and then they get more EXP. And then by the time it's, you know, anything of consequence, their Cinderace is level 15 and we're like level 10. We had to be smart about when we were engaging, and we were not. We all good? Let's run it. We could also do private matches. If we had one more person who wanted to join in, we could do private for 3v3s. Yeah, the Cinderace was really good, and I felt like the Mime was doing its job very well. So together they were really scary. I mean, they were just like melting us. that Cinderace was so overleveled, and it would just Pyro Ball was doing like 3/4 of my health per hit. The X-Speed green? Man's about to be zooming out here. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Hey, yo, Mans is bringing back out the Snorlax. You love to see it. Why, I feel like I haven't seen you play Snorlax in ages. I miss it. I miss the days when we would go Snorlax, Cramorant top lane and just bully people. Good times. Then they nerfed both of them into oblivion. That day. Missed the lad. He's a good lad. I'm gonna come down first. We can kill both here. Shoot. Oh, I'm dead. He's a fool? He's an actual fool? He had me dead to rights and he fled. There we go. There we go. That's what we needed. I'm just gonna head back to the jungle. Should be able to come out at hopefully level 8. Oh, never mind. I've already lost the core fish. What's up, Space Boy? Welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. We'll get that in just a sec. Might be twice. Your chat's bugging out. That happens. I'm coming down. Where's that slow, bro? Space Boy, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you. Oh, come on. Melt this thing while they're distracted. Perfect. Take that while I'm here. Woo! There we go. The bird's still down here. Over there.
Don't give up.
I'm gonna try to head up for Rotom here. Looks like they're already there. How did he hit me from all the way over there? I'm supposed to be the sniper, not you. Get out of here. Alright, let's go see if we can get Dreadnought down here. They seem occupied, but they're heading for it. Uh-oh. They haven't touched Dreadnought yet. Let's try to take this thing down. Sick wall, bro. You love to see it. Venusaur Eldegoss coming from behind. Almost got it. I feel like that should have hit you, personally.
You're on fire.
You ain't running from me, boy. You ain't running from me. Alright, still nobody at Zapdos. I'm gonna farm a little bit to try to get an ult ready.
What a goal!
Good goal there. I'm being ulted. They're all here. I'm dead. They're gonna melt that thing in a hurry. Everybody needs to go middle, like right away. They are... It's already at about a third. As soon as Wyatt goes down, that's gonna be ball game. Get this Charizard. Didn't get to touch the ground after scoring it, but I still don't think it was enough. Damn, we were so close too, because we had a comfortable lead going into Zapdos. We just didn't rally for Zapdos well. We got out of position. I got ulted and just died immediately, and so there was no one there to like hold it down. GG's though. Yeah, it was really close. Like, if we could have stopped like one of those hundreds from going in, I think we still could have had it. Yeah, Zap's still a... It's still a win condition. It's a weird thing that they want... They always sell it and they're like, we want a comeback mechanic, and you know, Zapdos is our comeback mechanic, so that if you're down, you can, you know, still come back. Zapdos is not a comeback mechanic. Zapdos is a win condition. It's you either get Zapdos and you win, or you lose Zapdos and you lose. Like, because of how it functions, it's you know, it's very difficult for the team who doesn't get Zapdos to win without like a clean wipe or some kind of like really good play. It's just kind of like, well, like, I think it's fine if that's what they want to have. Like, if that's the way they want to have it, then that's fine. But like, don't try to pass it off as a comeback mechanic, because that's not what it is. Like, I think the best way to do it, like, I've talked about it before, but I think the best way to do it realistically would be to, the team that gets Zapdos loses their springboard, so they can't jump. Make it harder for the team who gets Zapdos to then defend a counter push, right? Yeah, like, I think a Zapdos type thing is needed, because otherwise, you know, it would just be like what happened to us that other game where you just get steamrolled, and it's just like, well, what's the point in having, you know, the next 5 minutes of this game if there's not a, you know, something to come back for us. But I think it needs to be tweaked in a way where it's like, the reward for Zapdos should still be high, but it shouldn't be a, like, instant win, right? It should be one where it's like, if you get Zapdos, I would like to see Zapdos spawn at like 3 minutes. That way the team who loses Zapdos still gets a chance, right? The team that loses Zapdos still has a chance for like a counter push, because a lot of times what happens is you lose Zapdos, the scores happen, and then there's like 30 seconds left in the game, and it's just like, well, there's nothing for us to be done now. We can't organize enough of a push to, like, you know, do anything about it. I think just tweaks like that are the big thing at this point. Lord Lockjaw. Interesting. Because, like, the last thing I want for this game would be to be, like, a league situation where it's just fucking like, hey man, you lost already and we all know it, but you still have to play the next like 40 minutes of gameplay just cuz, you know, gameplay, woo, like, you know, I like the idea of like the game is still like important even if you're losing big because there's like comeback features, and I think the last 2-minute like double point thing is fine. I almost think like have Zapdos kind of like in some of the other maps, have Zapdos be like a regular thing, have it come up every like, you know, like twice or like 3 times or whatever, like it does in the other map. That way it's not like one Zapdos is a end-all be-all, win the game for you kind of situation. Or have like the double points not apply to Zapdos points or whatever. So it's like you still get a ton of points, but not like a game-winning amount every time. I think there's a lot of ways you could navigate. Gibble Dartrix down here. I couldn't get back into goal soon enough. What's up, Ash? How you doing, bud? Somebody needs to go down bottom. Get my fucking jungle. Help you down here. Don't just run into a 4v1 then. Like, your base heals. Stay back in it if you're alone down there and just make them come to you. I got jumped. I'm dead. If anyone from top's able to rotate for Dreadnought, we're going to need help. Their jungler just came down and we just lost our bottom. Can't beat a Serena here. Yeah. Can't beat a Serena with a level advantage, especially. Good shit, whoever got that. Alright, I'm heading top to try to take Rotom. I literally watched my arrow go through that Rotom and then it showed me red. I'm sorry. I'm gonna need a an instant replay on that one, Chief, because that one was I watched that arrow go right through the Rotom, and then as soon as the arrow hit it, it was like, hey, the other team got it. That's a shame. Julio, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I love that that still hasn't been fixed.
You're in trouble.
Alright. This is a big dreadnought for us to get, because we're still struggling a bit with levels. So if we can take this one, that would be huge. We need help on bottom. Just getting melted. That. There's no way. I'm gonna go try to get Rotom instead. Hell, the Serena. The Serena is playing incredibly well, rotating really well all over all of the objectives, and we just don't have an answer for that.
Don't give up.
There is a UI still here. It just keeps happening. All right.
The final stretch. You're in trouble.
Get into Zapdos as soon as we can here. Looking, nobody's touched it yet. Good 100. That's a really big overscore there. Fuck. Serena's gonna take me. Yeah. That's the end. Ah! That Serena's a very good player. They know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, because we're at like a 3-level disadvantage at this point. Also, Die Hard, you have literally no items, and this is like, I guarantee you, a Master League Serena. So they probably have all level 30 items. How do you still have so much health? I literally just can't do anything. I need somebody bottom to help me kill this. Never mind. The score glitch is upsetting, right? The one where you start to score and then it like just randomly will sometimes just stop you from scoring. It's so I don't know why that is, and it's especially bad if you have score shield, because if you start to score and then stop and then start again, the score shield won't activate because it's on cooldown. So it just cancels your score shield. I vote we do custom games. Somebody come bottom. Oh. Everybody good? We all ready? Somebody's still calculating. I can't see who it is in this one. We lost Chris. Oh. Chris done. All right. That works. Down for one more, then you're going to bed. Sounds good. Then we'll do one of these, and then we'll switch to, Too frustrated to continue? I don't blame you. I do not blame you. Ayo, this Trainer 1 Snorlax with the drippy ass. I love it. That's heat. Trainer 1 Snorlax stealing my last hits. I do wonder, weakness policy is not like a super good item by most people's standards, but I wonder if it would come back here. I wonder if it would be good on Trevanent just because of the idea of like Trevanent benefits from getting his ass handed to him. Trevanent wants you to kick his teeth in. That's like how he thrives. I wonder if that would be good for him.
What a goal!
I don't think I have the damage output to, Oh, hello, Trainer 2.
You're on fire!
Let's go get, the old big fella. Oh, let's go, Trainer 1. Hitting that fat yawn. I think I don't see you out there, Lexithia.
You're on fire! What a goal!
Yes, sir. Me and Trainer 1. The dream team. That Machamp do be chasing down. Sheesh.
What a goal! You're on fire!
That sounds like the AI in this game. Yeah. Yes, sir.
What a goal! Five, four, three, two, one. Time's up.
GG's, GG's.
You win.
Yeesh! Wyatt. God damn. Sheesh, Wyatt. All that time of playing, all that time of playing on Griffin's account, playing fucking, Machamp has paid off. Decidueye is also really squishy. Y'all were playing very squishy characters, and we had very bulky characters, so I feel like if it was more than one of us, you just kind of were in trouble. That was kind of what ended up happening. Like, Decidueye is the frailest character in the game. Greninja's not too much better. And, like, I'm playing a character that literally doesn't fucking die, no matter what you do with it. And, Squishy. Yes, Squishy. Doing Die Hard versus 2 experienced play. Why I haven't played this game in, like, months? I don't know what you want about. Here, Lysithia, you come down. There you go. This. See? Easy as that. Yeah, what's Cat gonna do? Cat also doesn't play this game.
Ready, go!
When it first came off and you didn't get a shred better. Yeah, I feel like it's a game that takes like a learning curve. It's not like an easy pickup. I remember being absolutely garbage at the game for a majority of the time that I started playing it. Yeesh. That Crustle got up there in a hurry. Let's get it, Trainer 2. Yes, sir. Oh, the Trainer 1 versus... You know what? I don't want to intrude in Trainer 1 versus Trainer 2. I'm just going to let them fight. Actually, I take that back. I want to kill this Crustle. Trainer 2. Yeah, thank you.
What a goal!
Oh, that's awkward. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
You're on fire!
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ah! So close. So close. Ayo, Trainer 2? Let's go, Trainer 2. I see you. Them big boy kills. Bruh. How could you, Trainer 1? How could you? No, I'm getting out of there. I don't want nothing to do with that Venusaur.
What a goal! What
Pop.
a goal!
Oh god. Oh god, that's their whole team. That's their whole team. They did not like my 50 points. They were not a fan of it.
You're in trouble!
Just gonna ignore him for a second. Let's go, trainer 2.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
I don't know if those last second scores are gonna be enough, but we're gonna fingers crossed.
You lose.
Almost. Almost. GG's, GG's. Alrighty. Well, that was a lot of fun. I will sign off here. I will see all of you possibly tomorrow, possibly Saturday, one of the two. We'll see. I'll let you all know in the Discord. We're going to raid. I assume Rai Rai's still going. Right, Kat? Is Rai Rai still going for longer? Because if so, we're going to go over there. Yes, perfect. Let's go raid our good friend, Rai Rai. Take care of yourselves. Have a lovely evening, everybody. Appreciate y'all for hanging out, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.